Good morning. I now call to order today's special meeting of the Board of Supervisors for the University of Louisiana System. As a courtesy to all, I ask that you please turn off your electronic devices. In a few minutes, we will entertain public comments prior to conducting the interviews. If there are any final remarks you would like to share with the board, please complete one of the testimony cards located on the table as you enter the auditorium and turn it into a UL System staff member. Ms. Carroll, would you now please call the roll?
Mr. Barry Busada, Dr. Jimmy Clark,
Here.
Dr. John Condos,
Here.
Mr. Steve Davison,
Here.
Ms. Lola Donahoe, Ms. Joe Leatherman, Mr. Al Perkins, Mr. Dana Peterson, Ms. Elizabeth Pierre,
Present.
Mr. Virgil Robinson,
Present.
Mr. Mark Romero,
Here.
Ms. Christine Russell, Mr. Joe Salter,
Here.
Mr. Brad Stevens,
Here.
Ms. Julie Stokes, Ms. Bailey Willis.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Ms. Russell, would you now please lead us in an invocation as we begin today's proceeding?
Lord, your holy word teaches us not to lean on our own understanding, but to trust you and acknowledge you in everything we do, and you promise to direct our path. We remind ourselves of the importance of putting you first in all that we do, and we acknowledge you this day for the recognition of the name you've given us, Jesus, and believe you will guide us as we move forward. The psalmist wrote, "Thy word is a lamp unto my feet and a light unto my path." As we press forward into the unknown, we ask that you order every footstep. We may not see the entire path that lies ahead of us, but your promise is to bring light to our next step if we listen to your word. Give us confidence as we take the next step in this process. We thank you for these two candidates that have answered the call of service and allow their names to be brought forth for consideration. We pray for wisdom in the selection process, and we ask your spirit of counsel to be upon each of us. In the wonderful, powerful name that is above every name, Jesus, we pray, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Supervisor Russell. At this time, we will move to the report from the University of New Orleans Presidential Search Committee. Our first item of business is to receive that report from our UNO Presidential Search Chair, Dr. Jim Henderson. Dr. Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we get to the report, I do have some sad news to share with the board and with the audience. We learned this morning of the death of B.I. Moody III. If you don't know B.I. Moody III, he is the namesake of the College of Business at the University of Louisiana Lafayette. He is from Rayne, Louisiana. He married a sweetheart from Rayne, Louisiana, spent his whole life there and in Crowley. He served in the U.S. Navy during World War II. He graduated after the war from SLI in accounting in 1949, and he became a business leader throughout Greater Acadiana and was just a long time stalwart supporter of UL Lafayette. And so if you don't mind, would you please join me in a moment of silence to recognize him? Thank you. I know his family will appreciate your prayers. So now, members, on May 16th, the search committee held its initial meeting on the University of New Orleans campus to begin the preliminary work of finding the next president for this university, as well as to gather input from the campus community on desirable qualities for the new president. On August 17th, the committee met in Baton Rouge to review applications and select semifinalist candidates for interview. After considerable thought and robust discussion, the committee unanimously decided to invite 5 candidates as semifinalists in the process: Dr. Kathy Johnson, Dr. Walter Kimbrough, Dr. Darrell Kruger, Dr. Michael Moore, and Dr. Larissa Littleton-Steib. These 5 candidates were interviewed on the campus of the University of New Orleans over a 2-day period, August 28th and 29th. In addition, they met with faculty, staff, students, alumni, and community members who provided comments to the committee. After much thoughtful discussion, the committee unanimously decided to recommend 2 finalists, Dr. Kathy Johnson and Dr. Walter Kimbrough. Before we begin today's interviews, I want to thank the committee members for their service. Of course, our board members, Dr. Jimmy Clark, Ms. Joe Leatherman, Mr. Al Perkins, Mr. Dana Peterson, Chair Elizabeth Pierre, Mr. Virgil Robinson, Mr. Mark Romero, Mr. Brad Stevens, Ms. Julie Stokes, and Ms. Bailey Willis. It could not have been as successful a committee or a search were it not for the hard work of our constituent members, Dr. Chris Broadhurst, representing the faculty, Mr. Ricky Burke, Mr. Bill Chauvin, Dr. Tammy Griffin Major, Ms. Susan Hess, Mr. Vivian Sunny Lee, Ms. Becky Mackey, Ms. Judy Reese Morse, Mr. Brendan Mott, and Mr. Bobby Savoy, and Mr. Gary Solomon. Lastly, I want to commend the University of New Orleans for outstanding organization and for hosting the semifinalists, committee members, and our staff. That concludes my report, Ms. Pierre.
Thank you, Dr. Henderson. At this time, we will entertain any final public comments. Dr. Calais, has anyone submitted comments? No comments. Thank you. Now, before we begin our first interview with Dr. Kathy Johnson, I would like to share with you the framework for today's interviews. Dr. Johnson will provide an opening statement, then the board will pose questions. Following the public interview, we will enter into executive session to further dialogue with the candidate. Once the interview has been complete and the executive session has concluded, the board will return to open session and interview Dr. Walter Kimbrough. Again, the board will ask questions of Dr. Kimbrough and afterwards enter into executive session with him. After his executive session has concluded, the board will remain in executive session to discuss any final personnel issues. The board will then return to open session for discussion and a vote. Are there any questions from the board members? Hearing none, we will proceed with the first interview. At this time, I would like to invite Dr. Kathy Johnson to the table. Dr. Henderson will provide a little background.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Kathy Johnson serves as the Executive Vice Chancellor and Chief Academic Officer at Indiana University, Purdue University, Indianapolis, a core campus of Indiana University and the state's Urban Research and Health Sciences campus. She is a professor of psychology and has previously served as Dean of University College and Associate Vice Chancellor for Undergraduate Education, where she led the creation of a division of undergraduate education, as well as a number of initiatives aimed at enhancing the quality of the undergraduate experience while also improving on-time graduation rates. Nationally, Dr. Johnson has served on steering committees for the Coalition of Urban Serving Universities, as president of the Association of Chief Academic Officers, as past chair of the Council on Academic Affairs for the Association of Public and Land-Grant Universities, and as a fellow with Complete College America. She also has been very engaged with state initiatives and nonprofit boards aligned with access to higher education and student success. She received her PhD in psychology with an emphasis in cognition and development from Emory University.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson, for joining us today. Before you give your opening statement, I would like members of the board to introduce themselves to you, starting with Ms. Willis on my left.
Members, if you would push that little gray button on the stem of your microphone until the green light comes on.
Good morning, John Condos. Thank you for being with us today.
Hi, Julie Stokes, alumni of University of New Orleans, and I'm so glad to see you again.
Steve Davison from the northern part of the state, Ruston, Louisiana.
Lola Donahoe, and I'm from Natchitoches, Louisiana.
Virgil Robinson, and I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana. Mark Romero, and I'm from New Iberia, Louisiana.
Welcome, Dr. Johnson. Jimmy Clark from Lafayette, Louisiana.
Again, Liz Pierre from Monroe, Louisiana, North Louisiana.
Brad Stevens from Hammond. Good seeing you again.
Good morning, Christine Russell. I'm from Thibodaux, Louisiana.
Good morning, Dana Peterson from New Orleans. Thank you.
I'm Joe Salter from Sabine Parish. That's in Northwest Louisiana.
And I'm Joe Leatherman, right here from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Good to see you again.
Good morning. I'm Barry Busada from Shreveport.
Thank you, members. And now, would you please take a few minutes to introduce yourself and provide the board with an opening statement?
Yes, good morning, everyone. Before I do, let me start with a thank you. It is such an honor and a pleasure to be here with you. Those of you who I've seen before, I've been made to feel so welcome. And it's truly humbling to be here. Thank you for your service to the system. It's such a time commitment, I know, but so very important to all of the students that are served by these 9 universities. So thank you for the opportunity. So my bio has just been read. So let me just interject a little bit that it might come from between the lines and also emphasize why I'm just so excited to be here with you this morning. So I grew up in Boston. as a first generation college student, and I went to a public research university, frankly, because that's what my family could afford. But in my freshman year, I was asked by one of my professors to work with her on her research. She was a psycholinguist. I confess I didn't even know what that meant, but I was so delighted to have had one of my professors take an interest in me. And I ended up actually staying with her through my undergraduate years on through graduate school. And she continues to be a really important mentor today. Not only did she orient me to how thrilling it can be to contribute to the discovery of new knowledge and to the teaching of students. When I was in graduate school, I got my first taste of teaching and just fell in love with that. She also helped me, I think, to understand as a woman, especially how to balance being an academic with other aspects of life. So I really wouldn't be where I am today if it had not been for her and the work that I did with her a long, long time ago. So most of my career has been spent at the intersection of two great universities. We don't call them systems, at least in Indiana. Purdue University and Indiana University have a campus that's reflected a partnership for about 53 years now, although right now that partnership is being changed a little bit and we're realigning our programs. But I think being at that institution for so long has helped me to much more deeply appreciate the value of urban public research universities to our cities and to our society. I quite honestly applied for this job because I can't imagine working and serving at a different kind of university. You know, I think the work that we do, of course, is important through the students that we teach and the graduates that we help hopefully enter into the workforce and live productive lives. But we're also important as anchor institutions in our communities through the employees that we hire and through the purchasing power that we have. We have to buy a lot of things, especially to stand up and support a research enterprise. And I think when we can strategically buy locally, that's usually very, very good for our communities as well. But perhaps most importantly, I love how we can deploy the excellence and the expertise of our faculty towards some of the most vexing problems that our cities are grappling with today. My institution has been fortunate to have been recognized by the Carnegie Institution as being a community engaged campus since the designation was created. And I love seeing not only how our faculty engage with the community, but how they can bring our students along as well. And I think especially with this generation of students, they really want to feel like they're making a difference and giving back. And it's just a really strong position, I think, that urban research universities are in to be able to do this well. Another factor right now that makes me really excited about the University of New Orleans is that we're seeing a lot of investment in research and infrastructure that I think this university is positioned particularly well to benefit from. We have DARPA, we have the National Science Foundation, we have many organizations investing for the first time since the pandemic in infrastructure, in basic and applied research, and frankly, the opportunity to compete for grants that are aimed at diversifying, especially the STEM workforce going forward, I think is an excellent opportunity for UNO. It's also been something that my own university has worked hard on. We have also been recognized for our excellence in supporting students from diverse backgrounds. We just found out we're receiving the HEED Award, which is through Insight into Diversity, a publication in the higher ed space, but we're one of a very few number of institutions that have now received it for 12 years in a row. But I think that dedication, coupled with the national needs in this area, make us a natural place to invest in the future, especially of the STEM workforce. And I see University of New Orleans as having many of those same assets. Finally, I just want to mention that I really, really deeply desire to serve at a multicultural urban research public university for many, many reasons. But I think in particular, there is no more important time for students from all backgrounds to be able to graduate and engage as citizens in a multicultural democracy. coupled with the fact that, of course, University of New Orleans is constantly, I think, fulfilling the hopes and the dreams of families from the Latino community, from the Black community, from the Vietnamese community, and of course, the white community as well. It's an engine for social mobility and for strengthening the region. And I really, really would love to see University of New Orleans, if it's not already, it's hard not living there to know, but I just want it to be considered absolutely essential to the city and to the region through the work that we do. So for all of these reasons, I'm very, very excited to be here with you this morning.
Thank you so much, Dr. Johnson. At this time, I will call on members of the board for questions. I think we'll start with Dr. Condos.
Dr. Johnson, welcome and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
So my question's about the future. So if you're selected as the president today, please tell us what UNO will look like in 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I've tried to learn as much as I can, separate from my visit, of course, through websites, through reports. Very generously, people from the system office and the campus have shared with me information. There's a lot of work that needs to be done quickly, I believe, in order to strengthen enrollments and stabilize the budget. So 3 to 5 years from now, I would want to see better retention, a much more diverse assembly of learners taking advantage of programs and other sorts of academic credentials. And I think I'm trying to allude to the fact that I think that there's more than just undergraduate and graduate degrees. I think there's certificates, there's potentially micro-credentials that could be of value to employers in the New Orleans region. So I'd want to see a much greater diversification of those students coming in. We would be doing a better job retaining the students that we admit. And frankly, I think that there's great potential for doing something that I've spent a lot of time thinking about and trying to do well in Indianapolis, and that is forming strategic international partnerships, ideally based on shared research interests that faculty have in common with colleagues from other parts of the world. I think I'd want to do an inventory of where that work is going on right now. But what I have found is when those sorts of partnerships are invested in and strengthened over time, they're not just important for the research mission of the institution, but they're great for flow of students back and forth as well. So I'd want to see more international students. And honestly, I think that that's part of the strategic management or enrollment management plan that I think is needed. I would want to see much deeper connection or ties with Research and Technology Park. It's fantastic that it's right there on campus. It's a beautiful location. But what I've heard is that there are perhaps unrealized opportunities to much more deeply engage faculty, researchers, and of course, students as interns and researchers as well in the work that's done there. I would want to see that being an engine for innovation. Perhaps there's pathways that could be created to make it easier for translational science, commercialization, spin up of new businesses. Again, having that facility right there is incredibly exciting, but I would love to see it much more deeply connected to the mission of the university. And then finally, in 3 to 5 years, I would want UNO, if it's not already, and again, this is hard for me to read as an outsider, but I would want us to be such strong partners with all other educational sectors in that region. So we should be deeply partnering with K-12 to make sure that our students are being inspired to plan on something beyond high school. We should be helping to make sure that students to whom we offer dual credit are ideally immediately admitted to UNO with no barriers. That should be a very strong basis for recruitment. And then finally, I've done a lot of work in my past role, or in my current role, I should say, so the past 8 years or so, in working with our community college. We just recently have created a dual admission program whereby students, when they're admitted to the community college, they're immediately in our system so that they can connect with degree maps in our systems. Our advisors can reach out to them. We send them tickets to basketball games so that it's really part of their plan to not just stop at an associate's degree, but to continue on. So those are some quick thoughts.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Our next question will come from Mr. Steve Davidson, who's also on your right.
Hi.
You've had a chance to visit campus and to visit with faculty and students and staff, and just talk about, some of the things that you see or that they see as key issues going forward and things that that maybe we need to help you on as a board and just kind of talk to it if you've learned something from that visit.
Yeah, thank you. Not only that visit, but even the person working at the hotel when I checked in yesterday was from UNO, and I've had at least one Lyft driver. And across the board, both on campus and beyond campus, I am just so struck by what an amazing educational experience people claim to have had. The faculty clearly are amazing. They're inspiring students. They are welcoming and students are feeling very, very supported. But it's clear, as I alluded to in my earlier answer, there are some financial issues that need to be addressed. Quite honestly, I see higher education as undergoing such a sea change, especially since the pandemic. There are so many forces at play. Our students are changing. They've changed especially since the pandemic. And so what I really, really see is a need for us to change, to adapt to those environmental forces. I think that the faculty morale and perhaps the staff morale, everyone that I've spoken with has been so nice, but I think that the morale is a bit low because the major message has been about money and cutting and right-sizing budgets, and that's tough. So I really see the role of the president as one who can help to co-create a very optimistic vision for the future in order to motivate the changes that need to be made in the short term to get there. You know, I'm really excited about the new, believe that there's 8 post-baccalaureate programs that are going to be launched as online programs. That's terrific. When I looked earlier, before that announcement was made, there's really just a very small handful of programs, and I'm not sure how well aligned they are with the needs of New Orleans, with the broader needs of the state. And so helping to guide and steward the right academic portfolio for addressing the needs that Louisiana and especially the New Orleans region has is something that would be super, super helpful. But, you know, all of the pieces are there, and there is just such a love for this university. It's palpable. I don't think people are just trying to be nice and act that way. It's really, really clear to me and very, very exciting that people just see the potential and really want to be there, and that the students are very grateful for their experiences.
Sure. Right. Our next question is going to come from your left, from your far left, Mr. Barry Busada.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You kind of touched on my question with that last answer. And I'll let you be a little more specific. And if during tough budgetary times, what do you do as a leader to inspire morale, confidence, and continue to have the institution be effective?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And I have to say, even though I think my sister institutions are in pretty good shape financially, it's been a tough time on my campus. And so I've had to do some of that leading. We also use a system of budgeting called responsibility centered management, which basically means that schools get to keep the funds that they generate, and then we tax them for basically services that are for the common good. And for circumstances that have nothing to do with a couple of our schools, they've just been having a really rough time lately. So I've been working pretty intensively with those faculty. The first thing that I would say is that it's clear to me that there needs to be probably a very comprehensive strategic planning enterprise taken on. There needs to be a vision for the future that's co-created together with faculty and staff, and hopefully students as well, if they're able to participate. There needs to be a setting of priorities. And I'm a big fan of the number 3, maybe 4, but especially in the first year, I think that there should be 3 or 4 things that we are really, really focusing on that are going to be incredibly important for subsequent years. And I think it's the role, frankly, of the president and the cabinet, hopefully with having input from the board and the president to make sure that those are the 3 or 4 right priorities. I think that it's also important, if this doesn't already exist, to make sure that there's very strong infrastructure related to data. And what I mean by that is that we should have clear metrics that have been set aligned with those 3 or 4 priorities. We should have some established tactics, and we should have everyone able to access data about the program that they lead, the school that they lead, the department that they lead, that helps them to see if they're on track in terms of making progress toward those goals. I have really been fortunate to grow up on a campus that has very strong, it doesn't sound very exciting, but we had very strong assessment and evaluation infrastructure. I appreciated that as a psychologist. Frankly, some of my colleagues in other disciplines, I think, still roll their eyes. But what I've found is that when one has invested in people that can help one to continuously improve through looking at data and monitoring program effectiveness, first of all, it puts you in a great spot for applying for grants and other awards because you've got that data at the ready. But it also just helps everyone kind of be part of a culture whereby we are continually striving to do better. The last thing that I'll say is that I think that another role that presidents have that's very, very important, and this is a difficult balance. On the one hand, one needs to be very optimistic and shine spotlights whenever possible on things that are going well. But then the other part of that is always making sure that we're stretching toward the next goal. And I think that that yearning to never settle for where we are is best done in collaboration with faculty and staff leaders, but it's ideally a culture that one creates. And I think that data is an important aspect of creating that culture. Sure.
All right, thank you, Dr. Johnson. At this time, we'll move to your right to Supervisor Lola Donahoe.
Good morning.
You've alluded to this about how important your relationship to faculty and staff is, but could you share with us how you would include them in a shared governance type atmosphere?
Sure. So before I was ever in a leadership role, I was a faculty president, and I really deeply appreciate the role that shared governance should have in helping institutions to continuously improve, because faculty are there hopefully for most of their careers, if not all of their careers, whereas leaders can unfortunately come and go for various reasons. So I would start by going on a listening tour and making sure that I have tried to make myself available to as many constituent groups. I have to say that while I think formally shared governance typically covers faculty and their governance over curriculum and policies that are related to promotion and tenure and things of that nature, I take a much broader view of shared governance in thinking about what constituencies within the university, staff council, for example, student government, what constituencies could help me to make better decisions through their engagement. I really do think that decisions are usually better when there's been an opportunity to hear from lots and lots of folks. I don't shy away from making a decision, but I really love that process of making sure that everyone's been heard. And at the very least, what I can do at the end of that is explain why I've gone the direction that I've had. And I have a much more nuanced understanding of people's perspectives on that. So a listening tour would be very, very important. Currently, the chancellor and I meet I meet every other week with the faculty president, and then we both meet monthly with the staff council president and the full faculty executive committee. And so those are meetings where, I always, of course, give a report on what's going on, but in an executive session, I also share information about things that I probably can't say as publicly. And I do my best to try to solicit their advice and help in channels or ways that are appropriate for me. There was actually an article in the Chronicle today. I'm not sure if any of you read the Chronicle of Higher Education, but it was about a situation that's currently happening on my campus with our faculty in the engineering and technology school. And I think that's a good example of an issue that I've been doing my best to try to make sure that faculty governance and staff governance is deeply connected to and aware of. I'm unfortunately in a situation, and I won't go into gory details, but I can't really do much to fix the situation that's transpired, but I can at least try to empathize and explain and try to help people continue to move in a positive direction.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay, and I think our last question is coming from your left, Ms. Christine, Supervisor Christine Russell.
You touched a little bit on diversity, so I want to read a statement to you. The Board of Supervisors for the University of Louisiana System recognizes diversity as essential to operational effectiveness and mission fulfillment, and a strategic business imperative. What does that mean to you?
First, thank you for the question. And I did see that statement, and it's another one of the reasons why I'm excited being here. To me, the primary reason why that's important is because of the students that we serve. The students that we serve need faculty and staff to the extent possible to reflect the social identities from which they or with which they identify themselves. And particularly for students from minoritized backgrounds, it's important that all of our faculty and our staff know how to engage in teaching, advising, other forms of student support through an asset-based and equity-based mindset. So it's a huge priority of mine. I'll just mention that one thing that I've been able to do at my own institution that I think has helped in this space is that I, first of all, have had a wonderful colleague, our chief diversity officer. Her title is Vice Chancellor for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. She and I have partnered on a lot of leadership work, primarily with our Council of Deans, to help ensure that especially white leaders are able to speak with confidence and without any hesitation about why these values are important to us, and to disrupt instances of oppression when we witness them in our own spheres of influence. I think we're going on year 5 of basically a reading group. We've been reading things for the last 5 years, starting with a book written by 2 researchers, women researchers who have regularly been program evaluators for NSF's advanced program, Abby Stewart and Virginia Valen, and they wrote a book called An Inclusive Academy. And it's basically, the first half of it is the theory behind why diversity adds to the excellence of a university. And the back half is my favorite half. It's the practice. How do you stand up your search committees? How do you look at your hiring processes to make sure that there's no bias? Same for graduate student recruitment. And so literally by going through the books like these year over year over year, as deans come and go, I feel like we've been building capacity for doing this work in the way that it really ideally should be done on a diverse campus like ours.
Thank you.
Sure.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Do any members of the board have any further questions for Dr. Johnson? Mr. Robinson?
Dr. Johnson, could you tell us specifically why you believe that you are the right person for this position now?
It's not my decision, and I'm very respectful of that fact. But this position and the needs that it has so tightly aligns with what I know how to do, what I feel confident about doing, the skills that I've acquired in prior roles. The mission, the vision, and the values of this system and this institution also very tightly align with what I hold most dear about the work of higher education. I feel that it would be a wonderful home. I think that I could make a positive difference. And it's literally been keeping me up at night in a good way. Just, all of the things that could be done. So it's not unimportant that I've been made to feel so welcome, but I think it is more so the case that there's just an incredible alignment between what I think I know how to do well and what I think that the University of New Orleans needs right now. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Any other question? Okay.
One question.
That's okay.
I'm just curious, because you are a doctor in psychology, obviously mental health is very important to you, as it is to me as well. Any thoughts in the culture that we live in? Suicide rates are up, depression's up in this area, of course, after Katrina and Ida, COVID. Do you have any thoughts on how we can ensure that the mental health needs of the university and our students and our faculty are met?
Thank you for the question. I have a lot of thoughts, but I have to add a disclaimer, but I'm not that kind of a psychologist. Again, I study language and memory and things like that, but I've been around psychologists and taught intro enough times that I think I can speak with some authenticity to that question. So I think the good news is that this generation of students, while they are struggling with mental health issues, and I think we're even before the pandemic. I think the pandemic was an exacerbator or an accelerator. The one thing about this generation, and I'm speaking as a parent as well as a professor, they don't have the same feelings about stigma around asking for help as prior generations have had. So one thing I think is very, very important for us to do is to continue to normalize conversations around student mental health and frankly, faculty and staff mental health as well. They're very much interconnected. And it's really, really important that we honor the importance of that. And again, speak to resources, whether it's through EAP type programs, places where faculty and staff can go when they need support. More broadly than that, though, I don't think that there are ever enough counselors in the world to handle, sort of a reactive approach to dealing with students that come for help. But we can do things like triaging and creating group counseling rather than individual sessions, those sorts of things. Telehealth, I think, is also very promising, especially in urban areas. We have a private-public partnership in that space. But really what I think we absolutely instead must be doing is treating mental health as a public health issue and really focusing much more on prevention and wellness and thinking about ways that we can be designing our universities to support wellness and flourishing, of course, by our students, but also hopefully by our faculty and staff. I've seen some great examples of that through APLU. The University of Vermont is one example that sticks in my mind, is just really designing some wonderful interventions that you can't really opt out of as a student that are intended to connect you to ways of reducing stress, to the arts and music as a way of enhancing one's hopefully delight in living. So I think there's things like that can be done. But I think the first step is just, again, talking about this a lot and making sure that faculty and staff are sufficiently knowledgeable about how to refer students and that they shouldn't be taking this on themselves, especially if they're psychology faculty. They should be referring to professional counselors whenever possible.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, hearing none, the Board of Supervisors for the University of Louisiana System may meet in executive session to discuss personnel matters associated with this search under the provisions of Louisiana Revised Statute 42:17. While in executive session, the board may not make any motions or take any votes. May I have a motion and a second to go into executive session?
So
move,
Stevens.
Moved by Mr. Stevens, second by Mr. Condos. Ms. Carroll, would you please conduct the roll call vote?
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Dr. Condos,
Yes.
Mr. Davison,
Yes.
Ms. Donahoe,
Yes.
Ms. Leatherman, Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
Ms. Pierre,
Yes.
Mr. Robinson,
Yes.
Mr. Romero,
Yes.
Ms. Russell,
Yes.
Mr. Salter,
Yes.
Mr. Stevens,
Yes.
Ms. Stokes,
Yes.
Ms. Willis.
Yes.
It's passed.
Thank you. The board will now adjourn to room 1-165. When we reconvene, we will conduct our second interview. Louisiana System met in executive session to discuss personnel matters associated with this search. While in executive session, no motions were made nor votes taken. At this time, is there a motion to reconvene in open session?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Donahoe, second by Dr. Condos. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. At this time, we're ready to begin our second interview with finalist Dr. Walter Kimbrough. Again, I would like to remind members of the format. Dr. Kimbrough will provide an opening statement and then the board will pose questions. Following the public interview, we will enter into executive session to further dialogue with him. Are there any questions from the board members? Hearing none, we will now proceed with the interview. At this time, I would like to invite Dr. Walter Kimbrough to the table. And Dr. Henderson will provide a little background.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A native of Atlanta, Dr. Walter M. Kimbrough was his high school salutatorian and student body president in 1985 and went on to earn degrees from the University of Georgia, Miami University in Ohio, and a doctorate in higher education from Georgia State University. He has enjoyed a fulfilling career in student affairs, serving at Emory University, Georgia State University, Old Dominion University, and Albany State University. In October of 2004, at the age of 37, he was named the 12th president of Philander Smith College. In 2012, he became the 7th president of Dillard University in New Orleans, Louisiana, and served there for 10 years. Dr. Kimbrough served as the interim executive director of the Black Men's Research Institute at Morehouse College during the 2022-2023 academic year. He was also named executive in residence for the University of Southern California Race and Equity Center. In early 2022, he was appointed by President Joe Biden to the President's Board of Advisors on HBCUs. Dr. Kimbrough has been recognized for his research and writings on HBCUs and African-American men in college. Recently, he has emerged as one of the leaders discussing free speech on college campuses. He also has been noted for his active use of social media. Dr. Kimbrough was cited by Education Dive as one of 10 college presidents on Twitter who are doing it right, and his handle is @HipHopPrez. And in 2015, he was named by the bestschools.org as one of the 20 most interesting college presidents. In 2023, College Cliffs named him as one of the top 55 U.S. college and university presidents. And in 2021, he was named the Georgia State University Alumni of the Year award winner. This is Dr. Walter Kimbrough.
Thank you, Dr. Kimbrough. Thank you, Dr. Kimbrough, for joining us today. Before you give your opening statement, I would like the members of the board to introduce themselves to you, beginning with Ms. Bailey Willis on my far left.
Good morning. My name is Bailey Willis. I'm a student board member and I'm from Northwestern State University.
Good morning, Dr. Kimbrough. Thank you for being with us. I am John Condos from Southwest Louisiana.
I'm Julie Stokes, UNO alumni and from the New Orleans area.
I'm Steve Davison from North Louisiana, the Central Ruston.
Hello, I'm Lola Donahoe and I'm from Natchitoches, Louisiana.
I'm Virgil Robinson. I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana. Good morning, Dr. Kimbrough and Mark Romero, New Iberia.
Yeah, it's still morning, I guess. Good morning, Dr. Kimbrough. Good to see you again. Jimmy Clark from Lafayette.
And again, good morning, Liz Pierre from Monroe, Louisiana.
Brad Stevens from Hammond, Louisiana. Good seeing you again.
Good morning, Christine Russell from Thibodeau.
Good morning, Dana Peterson from New Orleans. Good to see both you and your wife.
Joe Salter from Northwest Louisiana.
Joe Leatherman, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Good to see you again.
Good morning, Barry Busada from Shreveport.
Thank you, members. And now, would you please take a few minutes to introduce yourself and provide the board with an opening statement?
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to introduce my wife who came with me today, Adrienne Nobles Kimbrough. She currently serves as a recruitment manager for the NAACP Legal Defense Fund Marshall Motley Scholars Program, which is a program designed to help improve the pipeline of civil rights attorneys. But prior to that, she's worked in private practice as an employment attorney. She's worked in higher education and student affairs at Cornell University. She was general counsel at Albany State University and was an associate general counsel for the University of Arkansas system. So she has lots of really great experience. And at this point in time, if she just wants to say hello or any comments she'd like to give, I want to turn it over to her.
Hi, good morning again, Dr. Henderson, and to the board members. It is a delight and a pleasure to be here. Just thinking on the way this morning, we moved to the city of New Orleans about 11 years ago with a 3-year-old and a 6-year-old. And of course, if you do the math, that means now they are both 17 and 14. We have really made New Orleans our home. It is a wonderful city that we have become well acquainted with and well rooted in. And just in a million years, we could not have imagined having the opportunity to continue to stay in a campus that is literally in our backyard, just 5 minutes away, a campus that we go to every day to drop our daughter off to school at Benjamin Franklin. And so it's just a tremendous honor to be here. I'm excited that I had the opportunity to speak with you today, and just delighted that I had an opportunity to greet you. And again, just glad to be here. Thank you.
So as Adria said, I was just shocked that this would have been an opportunity when at the end of March, John Niccolo announced that he was leaving and moving to Florida. And I had a couple people announce to me or say to me at the time, like, maybe you should think about the University of New Orleans. And I said, well, maybe, but I just kept on going. But I started to get curious. And as the process began to unfold, one of the first things I may have shared with you before, one of the first things I did was to watch the community forum, because I wanted to hear what the people on the campus were saying about what they wanted and what they needed. And it started with the student who spoke first. And he just talked about how we have this institution here that sometimes people don't talk about. And all the other institutions were mentioned and not the University of New Orleans. And he talked about people who would be passionate about the student experience, who knew the city and loved the city. Talked about the value of research with the research park and engaging the faculty and staff and all those kinds of things, a love for the liberal arts and a commitment to diversify the faculty and staff. So I really became intrigued and started to bounce the idea off a couple of people. Had a chance to participate in the Black Male Summit that the system sponsored and engaging people there. And I just started thinking like, maybe this is something you should do. And so I applied for this position in July and was delighted to find out that I had made it to the semifinalist interview. But that's when a lot of interesting things started to happen, because being here for over 11 years, a lot of people were paying attention to what was going on, and I didn't realize. Right after that announcement, I was going to speak in Columbia, South Carolina. And normally, if I get there early enough and I'm flying Delta, you go down Concourse C, and there on the left, you'll see the man who shines shoes, Mr. Wayne Kendrick. So I'm always going to see him. And I'm like, hey, Mr. Wayne. And the first thing out of his mouth was, I hope you get that job. That's the first thing that he said. I'm just sort of shocked. He was like, oh, I read the paper. So we're having this conversation. And so over the course of several weeks, I've been hearing from a lot of people all across the city about their excitement. People at church. We attend First Grace United Methodist Church. And this was a church. It was a First United Methodist Church, predominantly white congregation, Grace, predominantly Black, that merged after Katrina. And it still operates that way. It's a very interesting, dynamic congregation right there on Canal. And we were coming into church a couple of weeks ago, and one of the ushers sees me and he's doing like this. And my 14-year-old son was like, see, because he really wants to stay, he's got a lot riding on this. So he was like, see, and I had people at church, talking to me about it. And my wife was at an event at Newman where our son goes to school, and you have parents there talking to her about it. And I was at a basketball game with my son last weekend and another parent, and I'm just hearing from people in University of New Orleans alums that I know that I didn't know they were alums have been reaching out to contact me. So it's been an interesting experience that people have been engaged. And as I think about this opportunity, I think it's an awesome opportunity, but I think I bring 3 distinct and unique pieces to this position. I'm a United Methodist preacher's kid, so I have 3 points. So point number 1 is that this will be the first time in the history of this institution that you would have an experienced president. 17 and a half years as a president, 10 of those years here in this city. So being connected, understanding the city, the key players, the dynamics of the city are very important. And so to have someone who comes in at a time where there's a lot of volatility in the college presidency, the American Council on Education released their study of the presidency in for year 2022. It just came out. The average tenure of a college president now is 5.9 years. When I began, it was almost 9 years. So there's a lot of people think they want to be a president. They really don't have a clue as to what the job entails. So to have someone who's had that experience, and the university almost had this experience years ago. Betty Siegel was a finalist for the presidency when Greg O'Brien was selected. And I'm glad she stayed in the Metro Atlanta because she did wonderful things at Kennesaw State, but you've never had an experienced president. So that would be one unique thing. The other thing you've never had is a president who comes from a student affairs background. Every president here has either been a chief academic officer, president, or chancellor at the time. Hitt had been an associate dean at LSU before moving in, and Tim Ryan had been dean of the business school. So you don't have anyone from that experience, and people from the student affairs background look at campuses very different because most of the time that students spend, they spend outside of classroom, and you're dealing with all the issues. And today's college students, we're dealing with more and more issues now. The federal government now is using the data to look at the level of food and housing insecurity that college students are dealing with. And so now there are more conversations about that. There are more conversations about mental health and being engaged. And a lot of those things impact retention and graduation rates. So to have someone who's really in touch with the student experience will be another unique perspective that I would bring to this position. And finally, the thing that most people would talk about initially, but it would be third for me, this would be the first African-American president for this institution. There was an alum who sent me something on LinkedIn and just talked about how this would be important. And this is what AP2 role was fighting for. And I didn't really understand that. But then I started to do more research that even though the institution opened in 1958 for everyone, African-American students initially weren't allowed to register for classes. And there was a lawsuit filed on behalf of 10 students by AP2 role and Dutch Morial to allow those students to participate, to join. And even when they were enrolled, they couldn't eat in the cafeteria. And Chancellor Hitt told Morrison's, which was running the cafeteria, you have to serve these students. And they said, well, we're out, we're done. We're not doing that. So there still is that part of the relationship for this institution to be connected to a broader part of the city. It's an institution that scores really high on diversity indexes with US News and World Report, but it's still not engaged with the entire city the same way that it could be. So that would be something else that I would bring as a part of this experience. So it's a tremendous opportunity. As Adria said, I'm just happy to be here to have this conversation with you today. And I look forward to the conversation.
Dr. Kimbrough. Thank you, Dr. Kimbrough. At this time, I will call on members of the board for questions. We'll start with Mr. Condos, who is on your right.
Dr. Kimbrough, welcome and thank you for being here again. So my question is in regards to think 3 to 5 years from now. So if you are selected today as the president for UNO, if you could please describe to us what you think the campus would look like under your leadership then.
Right. Thank you. I tell people, particularly as someone who's been a president for a while, you have to now more than ever prepare for the unexpected because no one predicted COVID. And I know when John became the president, he thought in about 5 years, the institution can get to 12,000 students, but then you have COVID and that changes all of that. I think one of the things low-hanging fruit would be much more awareness of the institution and the brand. This is something that goes back to the days when Peter Foss became the president. He talked about that, but the institution does not have the kind of brand awareness that it really needs to have. And so that's something that we would really focus on. Once again, as someone who brings some of that based on the work I've done nationally, plus being able to connect with people in the city would be something very important to do. So I see that would be important to do. In 3 to 5 years, I would have a high focus on how do we create community on campus so that it improves retention and graduation rates. Because for me, that's just the bread and butter. And I always focus on that. You can move those numbers in a short amount of time, but those are the kinds of questions we have to ask. What do we need to do to figure out how do we make the campus population even more residential? About 70% or so of the students are still traditional age, 24 or younger, but they aren't on campus. Most of that private tier places, Xavier students and some SUNO students. So how do you get students who are there, who are engaged on campus all of the time to really raise those rates so they feel like they're a part of the community. When students really view it as transactional, which is a challenge for urban commuter institutions, it's easy for them to say, oh, I'm not going to go this semester. Now, then they don't ever finish. So how do we create community that then drives retention and graduation rates? Those would be two things I would really start off to really build that out. And I think the third thing is just really being out and engaging the broader community so that it's not an institution that is forgotten about, that alums are more engaged. Within the first year, I would travel wherever there were significant pockets of alums to meet with people to say, I'm the new guy. Here are the kinds of things we want to do. What were your experiences like to really build that in? But having that awareness and watching those rates move up, graduation and retention would be the first things I would focus on, because I think a lot of the fundamentals are in place. But as I said, there's still a lot of uncertainties out there. We're going to have a gubernatorial election soon. We don't know what that kind of strategy is going to be, what the emphasis will be. So that's an unknown, a big unknown that we have coming up that will impact all of higher education. Even I was glad last night at the debate, they spent a lot of time talking about higher ed. So that was good. That was part of the conversation. But those would be some of the things initially I would really focus on.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Kimbrough. Our next question is also coming from your right, from Mr. Steve Davison.
I know you're familiar with the city, having lived there, and I know you've had a chance to spend some time on campus and visit with staff and students and alumni. Talk about some of the key issues that have been raised through your visits on campus.
Well, thank you. You know, I heard some of them in that initial conversation that they had with you, but it was reiterated during those conversations. You know, there's always a concern about valuing liberal arts because there's a lot of conversations about STEM areas. And so does it leave out the, you know, the traditional liberal arts faculty? And then when you have budget crunches, are those the areas that get cut first? I mean, you look at, you know, over the last 20 years or so, a lot of the news articles, and my wife can attest, I mean, I've been reading news articles in the Times-Picayune going back to the 80s. So you can read a lot of those articles that are talking about cuts. And if you're a longtime faculty member, you sort of have a level of PTSD because it's always seems like there's a cut. And particularly in those areas, they're like, I have colleagues in political science. We don't have political science anymore. We don't have this anymore. So that's still a real concern for people that is not, you know, completely in the power of the president to be able to deal with that. But how do you create some kind of community to help deal with those kinds of issues? So people are concerned about that. At the same time, though, how do we lean into research? And I think there are conversations. There was an article in the Chronicle recently that talked about making sure universities are doing research that are meaningful to the people in those cities. There are lots of issues in this city that we could really take the lead on to say that people would understand this is better because of the University of New Orleans. And those would be the kinds of things that we work on. As I indicated, one of the persons who spoke at that forum came to the community meeting, and she was just saying, this is a very diverse campus, but the leadership doesn't look that way. And so how do we make sure that it's a campus that is welcoming for all kinds of people? That was very important too. So those are some of the things, but those have been historical things that I've seen. I think I probably am more sensitive to some of those issues of lots of the cuts. There was an article that Jarvis DeBerry wrote in 1994 that basically says it looks like the institution is about to close, and he listed about a dozen headlines that talked about cuts, and it was painful to read that. So you have people who have been there for years and they're saying, what's going to happen to us next? So I think right before Peter Foster became president, people said that the institution needed a healer. I think the institution still needs a healer. I think that has to be a part of it. So there will be, I think, a pastoral element as a part of leading this institution in still very uncertain times for American higher education. This institution has seen more than its share of it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Our next question is going to come from your far left, from Mr. Barry Basada.
Thank you. Let's just follow up on that a little bit. In difficult budgetary times, as a leader, how will you raise morale, inspire confidence, and maintain the effectiveness of the institution?
Yeah, so one of the things I think you come in to do is you really evaluate how you use your resources. I try to tell people I've served as president of 2 historically Black institutions, and I always describe them as under-resourced institutions that serve under-resourced people. So not having resources is not something that is unfamiliar to me. I've dealt with it in two different places. But it is hard because persons on those campuses, want to make sure that they have job security. Students want to make sure they have resources to be able to continue to stay in school, and all those kinds of concerns just swirl around those campuses. So part of what you have to do is that you have to be extremely transparent with people and really do a lot of teaching so people understand how the finances work. Once again, I read an article that I agree with. Most college campuses do a poor job educating people about how the finances in higher education work, students, parents, faculty, and staff. So being very transparent and to sort of go through to say, this is the money. One of the articles I read said at one point in time, the university received 85% of its budget from the state. At that point in time, and this was maybe 2011 or 12, it was 25%. It may be less than that now. People have to understand, what does that mean when you receive less and less money from the state if you're a state-supported institution? At the debate last night, Sharon Hewitt mentioned that I had heard this as well, is that for our state government, the two places that you cut from are healthcare and education. People have to understand that. So that people just have to deal with, that's part of our reality. So I think being very transparent as well as educating people so they understand, and then help people to find agency in how they can be engaged in the process to lobby on behalf of the institution for the resources that we need. The system can do that collectively, but we need more students and parents and faculty and staff participating in that process as well. But it starts with education and making sure people understand this is how we're funded, this is how it works. And if there's less money, what does this mean? But then are there ways that we can do that that have minimal impact on the institution and the persons who work there and go to school there?
Thank you. We'll go back to your right at this time to Ms. Lola Donahoe.
Even though the old adage, the buck will stop with you, you still have to include your faculty and staff in a lot of the decisions. And so describe how you would view shared governance.
Right. So, I mean, you're exactly right. The buck does stop with the president. I tell people that you have shared governance, but not shared responsibility. So everybody can make a decision about doing something, and that's all well and good. And if it goes bad, they're not going after the faculty. They're going to be like, you're the president, you're the one that has to go. So that's a part of it. So part of the shared governance, and even this process has been part of it. When you had, your initial group that gave feedback of people, and then when we spent the day on campus and talking to the constituent groups, that's a part of getting, feedback. So as a president, I would continue to do those kinds of things. You share information, which I think people still want as much information as possible. I like to have groups of leaders on campus to meet periodically, like once a month, to have conversations. So we're sharing information to get information out. I like to share articles about national issues that are happening for us to start thinking about, how does this impact us? What does this mean for us? And you're constantly getting feedback and engaging people. And that's a part of, so people are helping to make those decisions. You can have formal channels that are set up as well to provide feedback. When John was president, there were a number of committees that had that looked at different ways to address enrollment and retention and those kinds. So those are formal channels that help with shared governance. I would continue those kinds of things, but you look for those informal channels as well. And if you make yourself available enough, people can always share information with you. You don't want to be someone that's not around. You could, hang out at a volleyball game and talk to people and get really good ideas about what you should be doing. That could be from students or faculty, staff, or whatever. So I look for those ways to engage people on a regular basis. So you're exactly right. The buck does stop with the president, but you want to get as much information as possible, because I think that helps make better decisions.
Thank you. And our last question is going to come from your left, from Ms. Christine Russell.
I'd like to read a statement to you. The Board of Supervisors for the University of Louisiana System recognizes diversity as essential to operational effectiveness and mission fulfillment, and a strategic business imperative. What does that statement mean to you?
It means to me that through a variety of perspectives, an institution is stronger in terms of different lived experiences, different ideologies. All of those are necessary so that you can make the best decisions possible. But also, I think the purpose of a university is to create these really robust environments. The president of Miami University I guess the president before, that's where I did my master's degree in Ohio, talked about places where you have these intellectual collisions, where people meet and have conversations, all that. And those conversations are very different in places where you have people from different backgrounds. If they're from, different, you have international students or from different states, they think very differently. All those kinds of things make a robust environment for an institution, which I think then should be able to help us function better as a nation, which I think is something that we struggle with right now because everybody's in their bubbles and echo chambers, and we don't want to have these difficult conversations with people who are different from us. And colleges and universities become, I think, a really good lab to show how we can do that effectively, to have those conversations with people and to learn from people who are very different from us on a number of different scales. So I think that's an important mission for the system. And sometimes it can be messy, it can be noisy, it can be difficult, but I think that there's a lot of value in that. And it's something that you can't just say. I think, I've been critical of presidents at majority white institutions who hire the chief diversity officer and they just sort of sit back and expect everything. And I'm just like, no. I wrote an op-ed for the Chronicle of Higher Education. I said, you're the chief diversity officer, because you can't just say that. You have to live that. You have to be engaged with different groups so people see you model that behavior. And so I think that is not just something that we even have as a statement, but people have to live that. They have to work to do that. And the president, I think, becomes that person that models that kind of behavior. So if it really is important, it's not something I just say and say, well, here's our statement, and I just call it a day. And, we have, our King Day program or whatever else, and I'm done. It has to be something that's lived on a day-to-day basis. I believe that deeply.
Thank you, Dr. Kimbrough. I said our last question, but at this time, I would invite any member of the board who might have additional questions to ask those. Okay, if there are no further questions, the Board of Supervisors of the University of Louisiana System may meet in executive session to discuss personnel matters associated with this search under the provisions of Louisiana Revised Statute 42:17. While in executive session, the board may not make any motions or take any votes. May I have a motion and a second to go into executive session? Motion by Mr. Peterson, second by Mr. Busada. Ms. Carroll, the roll call vote, please.
Mr. Busada. Dr. Clark.
Yes.
Dr. Condos.
Yes.
Mr. Davison.
Yes.
Ms. Donahoe.
Yes.
Ms. Leatherman. Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Ms. Pierre.
Yes.
Mr. Robinson.
Yes.
Mr. Romero.
Yes.
Ms. Russell.
Yes.
Mr. Salter.
Yeah.
Mr. Stevens.
Yes.
Ms. Stokes.
Yes.
Ms. Willis.
Yes.
The motion's approved.
Thank you. The board will now adjourn to room 1-165. When we reconvene, we will remain in executive session to discuss the two candidates. Thank you. No motions were made nor votes taken. Is there a motion to reconvene in open session? Moved by Ms. Donahoe, second by Mr. Clark. Roll call vote? No. I think we need a roll call vote.
Mr. Busada, Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Dr. Condos.
Yes.
Mr. Davidson.
Yes.
Ms. Donahoe. Ms. Leatherman.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Ms. Pierre,
Yes.
Mr. Robinson.
Yes.
Mr. Romero. Ms. Russell.
Yes.
Mr. Salter,
Yes.
Mr. Stevens.
Yes.
Ms. Stokes,
Yes.
Ms. Willis,
Yes.
the motion passed.
Thank you, Carol. Are there any comments from the board at this time?
I said this, I think at the conclusion of the conversation, that we had with the semifinalists or the quarterfinalists, whatever the previous discussion was, how appreciative I was to be a part of this search, given the input and the sincerity and the insights from the community members. And I just wanted to reemphasize that, throughout this entire process, what we heard and continue to hear from community, from students, from faculty, staff, extraordinarily important in the decision-making process. So thanks to all those who participated.
Any other comments? Okay, well, at this time, is there a motion?
Yes, there is.
I second.
Wait,
We have to-
Well, yeah, I know. I was waiting for her to, yeah. I move that we appoint Dr. Kathy Johnson, President of the University of New Orleans, and authorize UL System President Jim Henderson and Board Chair Liz Pierre to negotiate the terms of appointment and execute an offer of employment on behalf of the board.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, at this time, there's a motion. Okay, so that's all right.
I'm asleep at the wheel.
That's all right. There is a motion on the floor that we appoint Kathy Johnson as the president of New Orleans. And that motion and that we authorize UL System President Jim Henderson and Board Chair myself to negotiate the terms of appointment, execute an offer of employment on behalf of the board. And there is a second on that motion. And we do need a roll call vote at this time.
Mr. Busada.
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Dr. Condos,
Yes.
Mr. Davidson,
Yes.
Ms. Donahoe,
Yes.
Ms. Leatherman,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
No.
Ms. Pierre,
Yes.
Mr. Robinson. Mr. Romero. I'm sorry. Ms. Russell.
Yes.
Mr. Salter,
Yes.
Mr. Stevens,
Yes.
Ms. Stokes,
Yes.
Ms. Willis,
Yes.
there are 12 yes and 2 no.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll. So at this time, the vote of the board is that Kathy Johnson will be the next president of the University of New Orleans. And I believe that she will join us in a moment. Congratulations, Dr. Johnson. Be careful. Congratulations. You have just been selected as the next president of the University of New Orleans. We look forward to working with you as you begin your tenure. Would you like to please address the board?
I'm speechless. I am just so thrilled by this news, almost lost for words. Just want to thank you for your incredible support for these experiences and meeting with you as well as on campus. It's just been a wonderful journey. I'm honored. I'm humbled. I can't wait to get to work. Just thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll move down to other business. Is there any other business to come before the board? Okay, hearing none. Once again, thanks to Dr. Jim Henderson, Dr. Erica Calais, our staff, members of the committee and board for your very diligent work. And congratulations to you, Dr. Johnson. We look forward to a fruitful and effective presidency and a wonderful future at the University of New Orleans. Are there any closing comments from members of the board?
Yes. I would just like to say to all of you and to the members that served in our community, as our community advisors during this search, thank you. Thank you for the diligence that I think we had in this search. And thank you to staff again, to Dr. Henderson and to Dr. Kelly for the transparency and just the excellency of how it's moved forward. And I would also like to extend a warm welcome to my new president of UNO. We're all terribly excited about it and can't wait to see you make a difference in our city and in our university. Thank you.
I'd like to say, Madam Chair, welcome and congratulations for being selected. I did vote with another candidate, but I just wanted to say I look forward to working with you. I work in K-12 education in New Orleans. I'm very committed to that, and I look forward to partnering with you to sort of grow the university and hopefully grow its connectivity and reach in the space that I work, certainly. So I look forward to that.
Thank
And
you so
congratulations
much.
to you.
And I so look forward to learning from you and working with you as well.
Any other comments? Ms. Willis?
Congratulations, and I'm excited to see you thriving in your new position and the impact that you're going to have on students' lives. So yes.
Any other comments? Okay, if not, may I have a motion and a second to adjourn?
So moved, Stevens.
Moved by Mrs. Stevens. Second by Ms. Leatherman. There's no objection. We will stand adjourned. Thank you so much.